Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, struggling a little bit with regrowing our population after a heating incident. We need to get to 10,000 people or another settlement to allow ourselves to deal with the loyalty issues that we are experiencing. I was considering maybe going, instead of the loyalty from the radio station, picking the secret police ability to make sure that only the most loyal citizen get an education, and therefore we would have fewer students that have low loyalty, and slowly push our loyalty up that way. But we're going to go for the radio station, I think. So today we should be able to hopefully relocate the bus stop to the new area. Then start growing our population over here once we have the electricity hooked up again. And after that, get the research. We also need to set up our warehouses, because we last time experienced a bug that when routes go to the customs house as a first stop, they do not get a vehicle replacement correctly. So we need to make sure that that doesn't become an issue. I should probably start replacing those vehicles with better buses. We have 3 of those. And I guess they are already set to be replaced by Mars 309 buses, so seems to be fine. I might just send some of them to the scrapyard, because I don't think we need that many buses on the route. 4 of them will be enough. Once you arrive and deliver your passengers, you're also going to go to the scrapyard. The other thing we noticed is when you have a normal transportation route and the vehicle gets replaced, like you have a route bringing in clothing and electronics inside one vehicle to a certain area, and that vehicle gets replaced, the vehicle loses its assignment. And by that I mean, like, if you specify the amount that is supposed to be loaded inside the vehicle rather than just the route. So we will have some issues in the future where we have to be careful. Namely, our covered hull trucks bringing resources to the repair station, which load 4 different types of vehicles. 4 different types of materials, and the vehicles bringing clothing and electronics to our shopping centers might need to be changed. We might have to set up that route with 2 different commands, or even 4 different commands for the repair station, which would be slightly irritating. Otherwise we might just have to go around and keep setting up the resource content every now and then. Thankfully vehicle replacements take quite a long time, but it will get messy, so I'm hoping for a fix. Otherwise this run could be affected. We'll see. But yeah, we'll continue building our bus stop, hook up the electricity over here. We only really need the electricity to allow people to move into this area. Water, sewage and heating are already hooked up. They have access to walk towards the shopping center as well as the current bus platform, and in the future the new one. We'll see. I might also relocate the transformer, the switch I mean. I'm Next to the transformers might be a nice place, but it could also just stay here. The wire will definitely have to be changed into an underground one, and we need another switch further away to free up this area for terraforming and placing more of our infrastructure. But I think that after that we will also start placing some other service buildings. We probably need another cinema. We could go for a larger culture building instead of a cinema also. So for example, we could go for a museum. Palace of Communism would work. These ones are like high quality service buildings. Gallery of the Art. Republican Theater. There are options that we could place here. We might have to remove the power line first and get the area flattened out to get it started. That one shouldn't really be constructed, but I guess it can be. Yeah, before we expand massively, we need to relocate the bus stop. Otherwise, our bus routes are going to be significantly affected. We could also drop a bus end station in this area. But I think it's doing fine over here. More than one bus end station might be necessary at some point. We'll have to wait and see. The other thing we can then put next to the university, as I said last time, will probably be a pub. We don't have one for this area just yet. And that would be a nice addition. We might also have to implement another school. Not for capacity reasons, but having a school in walking distance is quite convenient. But I guess school buses are also fine. Getting our inner bus city route to have more passengers is not a bad thing. To increase the amount of professors and staff that we have in the university. I am thinking that it might be a good idea to reduce the amount of highly educated workers we have. Just for the fact that they might be getting disloyal because they have too much education. It's weird, I know, but that might be a reason for our current issues with loyalty not being at 35 anymore. Providing too much education for our citizens. And the loyalty setting could definitely help with that. But I guess the radio station boosting loyalty for everyone is like just the same fix. We could also have the pub up here. Road connection from the service road. loop that around here, but I think I'll just keep that as housing. And there might be higher density housing involved here. This might not look very open. We will give them a dedicated monument. I think they deserve that. And there will be another house here, I think. Right next to the kindergarten. Plus a waste storage. We can go out a little bit further, but let's not go too far away from the heat exchanger, shall we? Another epidemic. Seen those before. I am wondering if I should put a small food market in the area. Just because. It would help sending people into a dedicated building that do not want to... Hello Project 7. Thank you very much for the raid. Isn't it a bit early to end your stream? How are you doing? I'm thinking about setting up a food market just to alleviate the issues that could come with everyone going to the shopping center. Then the ones only wanting to get food could go to the food market. And leave some more room in the shopping center for those that would want everything. Hello Madcat. Welcome. Hello Shariashu. Welcome to you too. Do not build something inside the roundabout that requires a traffic connection. It's horrible. Planning to take a shower. Okay. Sounds reasonable. I hope you're making a profit again. Now with lumber being a very profitable industry, very low investment, should probably be fine now, I assume. Seemed very good. Your puny little republic with its 8,000 people. Well, population graph agrees with you. Let's make it all time. We were up to 8,000 something before, and then we had a small dip. Minor health crisis, Korazna completely died. Yeah, lumber's really cheap. Speaking of lumber, here are my prices. Bought prices. What are they? Selling 245 US dollars, 250 rubles, so much better to sell in US dollars because I can sell other things in rubles that are way more profitable. If we check the all time for boards, you can see at some point it went up crazy. And if we compare that to our oil, I don't know. The ruble price is going up, but we're basically selling it for, well, we're selling it in rubles, but yeah, importing fuel in US dollars. Very cheap. Don't need an oil refinery at all. The ruble price is going up slowly. We're importing a little bit for our village at the eastern border for now. Wood price going crazy. I wanted to set up another lumber area. Maybe selling it without running it through a sawmill is the ideal way to do things. I don't really need a sawmill. Bus station being built, very nice. Shouldn't take too long, for my standards. And yeah, this is our to be built or to be hooked up delivery area for Hellas, so we can get everything we need from the border delivered here and not rely on the customs house anymore, except fuel. I haven't planned a fuel unloading station yet. Rail construction is a bit slow because the distance is getting quite far, and this is not the fastest of rail construction vehicles, unfortunately. Maybe I need to phase them out. Let's check how far they are with building towards our scrapyard. I still have 2 old rail construction vehicles that I need to get rid of. They're making progress, but we're also using the laying crane over here. So it does take some time in that area too. I'm not in a hurry, but I will probably put those into our depot and replace them with some faster driving ones. We really need to get an EDK for long distance construction. That was to be expected. I don't know why you can't enter here. It shouldn't be a problem to drive in, but apparently it is. Why are they here? Why are they coming from this side? I have no idea. I shouldn't have an issue doing a right-hand turn. It seems like they're slightly clipping onto this road when they're going through here. Might have to relocate the construction office again. No, when I do a left-hand turn, it's fine. I don't know why you sneak yourself onto the road. Well, if there's room, then it's fine, yeah. Left-hand turns, everyone. I've also seen that you've built something similar to this. You made it a proper cloverleaf interchange where you had one route and then the other one going past it. I've opted for hooking them up with the 2-lane roads for some reason. Makes it look a little bit weird, I guess, but it does work. Do we have electricity? We have electricity. Do we have anyone that could move in? Not really. Not yet, at least. Let's allow them to move into the buildings. And see if everything works fine. Okay, driving back and forth is taking too much time. We are going to move you into the depot and get another rail construction vehicle. That is running a little bit faster. EDK is not an option because we don't have the customs house for that. So the next best thing... Oh, this one is really fast, but yeah, it basically carries no resources. This one is just as long as the other one, has slower track building speed, costs half as much. I would assume it has the same carrying capacity. Just gonna get another... We're probably just gonna replace all of them for now. I will have all of them in a larger rail construction office at some point. But for now, we will use the cranes. Running to our construction sites a little bit faster is exactly what we need. Also, our main road is done, our highway along the mountain. There is some terrain clipping here. I will have to solve that by cheating. We are going to use the terrain editor again because I do not like this at all. I did send in a report, so hopefully it'll get fixed at some point. But until then... we'll have to work our magic like this a little bit. This side, it's okay. It's fine here because I didn't merge the bridges, and the rest should be fine. So we can get out of this again. So our main road to Hellas is done. Vehicles are using it apparently, which is nice. I might get a mod if there's one for making the arrows smaller. I really would like that. How did I miss that bump? Didn't look that terrible. Didn't look that terrible when I looked around this area, but now that the road is in place, I guess it's a little bit of a bump. Fire at the heating plant, no worries, we got our fire station right next door, so heating plants should be safe. And our footpath towards the other fire station is set up. So once the fire station is done, we can relocate our vehicles and only rely on this one at that point. So we only need one bus route. I will increase the amount of workers being... Actually, we're already loading 100%. I will leave everything as is. We're fine. And the tunnel is not completely done yet, but it's close to finishing construction. And then we will have a connection. I also need to prepare a train, bringing resources to our warehouses area. We could get started on that. I mean, the price shouldn't really increase that much. Where's the other rail construction vehicle? I guess it's still traveling back, probably. There's the other one. And really... Well, I guess I didn't really expect that much traffic here. This one needs to be a mixed signal. And there's the other construction train, slowly trundling back, giving room to the other one. To build that one instead, because it'll be much faster. Initially the slow ones were fine, but yeah, for long distance construction the speed really matters, how fast they get to the construction site compared to how much construction they do. They basically do the same amount of construction. So I guess in general the cranes might still be more effective. I just like the diversity of having multiple different types of trains. Looks quite neat. We could start using better diesel locomotives. The price in US dollars doesn't really go up that much. We're not going to use Eastern ones, they're getting too expensive. So the cheapest one, 650 kilowatts power, engine power. Most expensive one, the C201, 1450. Less speed though. So the G16, G12 would be better options for us. I think the G22 is very cheap. Oh, there's so many good options here. This one has the highest speed, but we are restricted at... Well, it can go the maximum speed of the rail line. I guess we're gonna go with the G22. Also very cheap. And good engine power. The train itself is 16 meters long. Now we just need to add some cargo wagons. And they're basically all gonna be box cars. No, they're not gonna be box cars. We also need construction materials. And they're all gonna be individual cars for all of the components, like we need steel, we need prefab panels and bricks. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. Coil wagon open, coil wagon covered. Probably open, just for the looks. So we need one of these, coil wagons, we need 2 center beams. I guess our other train might also need to replace its train cars. We need box cars for food. I guess we need 2 trains. We need one to go to the resource storage, so I guess we're gonna set that one up first. I think a short train will be enough. This is going to be expensive, but it's a one-time investment for like 50 years until we need to replace the locomotive. Container wagons, oh boy. Well, I do have the container research, but I'm not allowed to use it until I actually unlock it. I just got it for testing. We could use containers for export. Set up a larger industry, put it into containers. 82 tons of containers loaded. That would be excellent. So we have 3 train cars right now. 1 coil wagon, 2 center beams. That would be fairly good for resource deliveries for construction materials. We'll have to move the train over since it got stuck in the customs house, I guess. Doesn't want to move. There we go. Those fast trains are going to be excellent, especially for very far deliveries. I might replace all my trains with these. Once I need to. Right now they're still all fine. Unload any train car and bring it back. After you've refilled, I guess. It will be a while before we get to our rail yard area, but I can already assemble the trains. At least if I have the money to do so. The trains should not wear that much standing around inside the depot. In the meantime, I could also fill the warehouse area with trucks. But I don't really want to. Wow, you could only load 2 center beams. Oh no, you could load the coil wagon. That's neat and compact. Train is now 78 meters, so we could double that up. That's a really neat coil car. You can load so much steel onto these, have such a long train for steel. I love the American trains, they look very cool. I forgot to recolor the wagons though. Apparently you can recolor the wagons inside the rail distribution office, but not in a depot yet. Once the last rail line leading into the scrapyard finishes, please notify me, because at that point we will send the old construction vehicles to get scrapped. Not the track laying ones, but the very old starter ones. People are starting to move in here. Some complaints about spirituality, culture. I still want to give them a culture building in the area. We have our bus stop. Let's relocate that one first. Let's make sure no one waits. Well, let's relocate it. Gotta adjust all of the routes. Okay. This one. We can basically unload anyone normally. It's fine now, we don't need that stop anymore, I don't think. No, we need to. We need to unload workers here first. And then anyone else as a transfer. Yeah. We'll combine that into only 2 stops, I think. So first, I forgot it. Let's do it again. Wait, where did it add that? Oh, that's the wrong one. First unload workers, then load everyone as a... Oh right, no, we need all of the 3 stops, never mind. The way I've set it up. First unload any worker with an education, then unload everyone as a transfer. And then the last... unload workers as a transfer, sorry. And then unload everyone again. Which doesn't really include workers, but this basically unloads everyone. Now we can get rid of these stops. And we still need the first one. This one. Where we do not load workers. That should be the first line. Hopefully it's correct. Next line, the mine route. We have... I guess we can skip that one. Don't need to keep workers here. I think we have enough now. I guess it was nice. Yeah, let's keep it. So first we load anyone with a regular education, and then any worker. We still unload whoever we have... that's the wrong one. We still unload anyone who we still have on the train. And then I guess we will unload 10% of workers. Just to make sure we have some workers at the stop. And the iron mine bus route does not take everyone. For now. Next route, University Inner City. From the hills side. We unload at the town's platform and then we unload here, unload as transfer, and load passengers that aren't workers. Okay, we can do that. So first unload workers, then... wait, that's the wrong one. First unload workers, then unload anyone as a transfer, any worker. Wait, I guess we might have some people who want service, so we'll unload anyone here, passenger, student, whoever. University might be in this area. And we will, if they can't get out, we will unload them in the second phase as a transfer stop, so they can be picked up by someone else. But yeah, try to unload anyone normally and then unload them as a transfer if they don't want to get out first. And then if we want to bring them somewhere else, we can do that. If they wanted to go somewhere else. Back to the old town bus platform. There will be service platforms in this, service buildings in this area. We just haven't set anything up yet. That should hopefully be correct. Next one. Heating plant, very important. Basically, load any worker, unload anyone you have on the bus line from previously, and that's it. And firefighters, that route is going to become obsolete. So we will now basically not allow anyone to wait at this platform anymore. And hope we finish up the tunnel. Seems to be done. We can relocate our firefighting vehicle and put an end to the bus route that is bringing firefighters to their place, because they are serviced by the bus route that is bringing workers to the heating plant now. Some vehicles do a left-hand turn, but that's fine. Going to the iron mine, maybe going to the Hellas Old Town bus stop. Maybe it's faster using the service road. That is all okay. As long as we have fewer traffic issues with the roundabout, it'll be fine. That means this bus stop is obsolete. We'll demolish the footpaths, the roads. We'll do the road first. And then once they have demolished all of that, they can do the bus stop as a last demolition task. And now we wait and see if something breaks. We've done that in November when it's very cold. So if something goes wrong, we'll be sure to notice it quite quickly. But the heating plant bus routes seem to be fine. And we're still getting workers to the new fire station. The old fire station can also be demolished, including its little bit of road in front. One thing we need to change is where our construction officers pick up workers, I guess. You're definitely not supposed to pick them up from Korasna, you should try here. And this one also should not pick up from Korasna, but instead here. Korasna barely has any workers. This should become the new default. Korasna itself can still pick up workers from its own bus stop. We do have a decent amount of workers here who usually go to either the rail construction, the clothing factory, or construction tasks. So that is okay. Korasna is stable again, so no more heating issues should be coming back to bite us. At least for now. Last month we have made profit with exporting lumber, 115,000 for only 480 tons. Another lumber yard is gonna be nice at some point, but since I'm not losing any money really, I feel like I should just leave it the way it is right now. I might have to end the truck route exporting prefab panels though. There's so many lines that we have to change. They are all gonna run into issues if the vehicles get replaced. The route is west-east. Okay, yeah, it's brick, it's not prefab anymore. We will send you to a vehicle depot. We'll stop that route. Exporting clothing to the east should be enough. A restaurant here could be nice, overlooking the city, the bus stop. Basically for old people to watch who's at the bus stop right now and yelling at them. Could be a thing. I think a grocer might be neat. As I said, it would make the shopping center a little bit more efficient. I don't know if you're still here, Project 7. Did you finish the construction of the grocer or did you cancel it? Like having a small food shopping area here would be neat. We'll leave that open. We can build that if we notice that issues might be starting to crop up. We'll have to be a bit careful with our heating. This is what we are going to expand towards. Heat water tank at -10 degrees is still over 60, so we're looking decent. But yeah, gotta be careful. I believe we can probably also soon turn on the radio again after we reach 2,000 more citizens and get the loyalty boost. Before that, the loyalty drop was too much. Our monuments were not able to keep up, unfortunately. I will also need a larger secret police at some point. I don't remember, but I think this dance hall can only be built with a road connection. We got a drop from turning the radio on. It felt like it, yeah. I got a lot of loyalty warnings. It was at -0.5 and I thought the monuments were able to handle that, but it seemed like to overwhelm them. So we will have to wait for the loyalty research. Happiness went up, but loyalty went down significantly. And I think it might have affected productivity, so I'll keep it. So I'll stay safe and just build it a little bit later. I think all of these will probably need a road connection. Once the bus stop is done, as I said, a pub, maybe a gallery of the art behind the university. We'll see what makes sense. Also, hello Sunshell, welcome. Stop production in the heating plant. Can we get some workers here? I don't want another heating crisis. What is going on? Heating. Workers, workers, workers. Alright. Where are they? Oh my god. I know where they are. What is why are you stuck in... Oh, because... I see. That is a bug that was already reported. Sometimes these vehicles get stuck in a depot and that causes a few traffic issues, so we might lose a few people because of that. Unfortunately. 20 minutes to get to the heating plant, probably not gonna make it. Oh my god, like that bug is annoying. That is so annoying. Yep, thank you for the traffic jam warning. A little bit too late. The workers did not make it. Hopefully one of the next ones will. Temperatures are dropping. Thankfully it's only -4 degrees. Hello Ozone. So we might lose a few more people thanks to a bug. Yep, heating issues. Don't think we have any workers in the heating plant still. Nope. Well, one worker. That's not gonna cut it. -9 degrees. Yes, heating issues, I know. Didn't find any workers. Hellas University. You have enough time. Set line. Hellas heating. Where is it? There it is. I guess it's still named the wrong name. Hellas heating bus stop. Go. Move. No, Jesus Christ. Go to the right stop. It didn't, never mind. Okay, we don't need a traffic light anymore. That one can go away. Will you make it? You have an hour. Hurry up. Oh, it's snowed in. It's gonna be so bad. There's more workers. No workers. Come on. 20 minutes. Stupid bug. Hellas Hills. Back to that route. Thank you for your bringing workers here. Traffic jam is not good. Maintenance at the rail refueling station. It's almost out of fuel anyway, so that vehicle will move by itself soon. Heat water tank is trying to climb back up. Temperatures are still low. It's -15 degrees. But I think we've recovered and didn't lose too many. Heating plants are completely full. $16 workers again. I lost a few, I think. Yeah, losing workers to a bug is quite annoying. And there's our local fire station in action. Doing its job. It's if I started using more technical services with fewer snowplows and smaller range. I would really like to have smaller technical offices with like 3 or 4 slots only that I could place next to roads. The giant technical office is just way too oversized and costly. I gained 2 new people. I lost people. I was at 8,100 I think. This year. Or maybe... I thought we lost a little bit. 8,998. Then it dropped down a little bit. So just a small loss. Thankfully our hospital should have been able to deal with most of the issue from the cold. But yeah, very dangerous bug. Blocked up the repair station and caused significant traffic issues in the area. Yeah, the loss from the heating takes a while to kick in. Low health takes a while. Yes, I know they are too big, but I still use them a lot more than before. Yeah, I mean, once you have them set up, they're fine. I think we have enough snowplows. I will probably build one, as I said, like a settlement in this area, with a technical service keeping all of the road cleared. As long as they're in range of a repair station, I guess that'll be fine. Let's make sure our heating plants keep working normally. That's a good amount of workers. We're 2,000 citizens away from another research point. We're opting for the population growth right now. And after we have that research point and we have our radio station set up to provide... Wait a minute, can't we just go for the TV station and then later on get the loyalty for that? I guess we could, but since we already have the radio station, it makes sense to go for that one instead. Oh, we also... I know we don't need that one if we wanted to go for TV directly. So we would need one more research and another research to get the ideal TVs. But I guess we'll get both. A little bit of loyalty in the radio station to keep everything... Like, the radio will basically keep people very happy. And the TV is probably what we're going to use to put down the propaganda machine. Technical offices are neat because they basically make everything run efficiently during winter without causing problems. Okay, so we were stopping production in the clothing factory, meaning that we probably don't have enough capacity on our export vehicle. That means I should add another one, slightly larger one. But it doesn't seem to be too much extra production. Seems like we're fairly even. I'll just turn off the notification, I think. As our population grows, we will use more and more of our own clothing, and at some point the export will be too much again. But yeah, this is producing enough for ourselves and some export to give us a steady income in rubles. How's the iron price? Is the iron price dropping a lot? It feels like it might. No, seems to be okay. Yes, it is low, but it's rising again. But our income was suffering a little bit. Shouldn't be too bad though. Traffic jam of a concrete mixer. I thought a train would refuel relatively soon, but apparently that's not the case, so... Let's just let the vehicles get in here and do their task. I will change your route, I think, to the other stop. So we don't have you going to the customs house. Road crane, 2 buses. The building will get maintained fairly quickly. 80,000 US dollars for a trainload of lumber. It's ridiculous. I love it. How's our rail line going to the scrapyard? Still taking a while. Oh well, we'll get there eventually. And our rail line over here should be getting built a little bit faster. Should be, at least. So our rail construction office supplied with everything it needs? Yes, it is. I guess we will also have to set up a refueling point in the area over here, because it's going to be too far away from other gas stations. I think I'll put that over here, as I said, next to the waste loading unloading. We'll have a way for the train to get out of the area, refuel and get back, and also unload fuel. So there will be a train parked there that constantly runs fuel only. I don't know if we need a repair station in the area. I hope we don't need depots with the ability to repair trains in a lot of places, but we also might have to build that over here. Didn't really account for that. Maybe the refueling point could be up here. We make a small nook into the hill. I think this is probably still the best area. It's also going to be the one that's easiest to flatten. And it's a little bit slow because we relocated most of the vehicles out of this area. Let's get them back. Need our bulldozers back. I'll probably change this track setup. Have the line go through here in parallel, and then have an off-ramp in addition to that. So this will be the line that will hook up the unloading station for fuel. And then there will be an option for the rail line to get off of here into either direction. Could make a crossing, like a diamond, not a diamond, but is it a diamond switch? I don't know. But the trains from this side can leave early here if they want to. The way of the industry area is filled with trains, which it should be. There should be trains waiting here very frequently. And then other trains could also go past this area and join back up here. And there will be, as I said, a refueling platform in the area. Plus a delivery point for getting the oil stored. The fuel, I mean. And this will also act as a sort of waiting area if there's multiple trains queuing up to refuel, but that shouldn't really cause a problem because the train is not going to go the same way back it came from, on the same line, that is. The double track basically is the waiting line. Rail construction seems to be working quite well so far. We have to place down a lot of signals once everything is done, but I think everything should be in order. And this area is yet to be fully planned out, especially the way over here. Bulldozers still aren't here, still waiting. Oh, I guess they arrived, but they're refueling. Okay, should be fine. Got our road set up to expand towards our farming settlement and also in the future hook up the coal mine. But that's quite far away. We will definitely need trains for transporting coal. Okay, now they're hooked up. The train bringing fuel here doesn't really need to be that long, I think. I guess the refueling station, I don't really need an unloading platform. I can directly unload into the refueling station. Which I should probably do, because the train bringing the fuel should also be able to get to the refueling station quite easily. But I do like leaving both refueling stations open. And we can use this to unload bitumen as well, though the demand for that is quite low. So we'll need fire access for emergency services, should be fine. Then we would have the unloading station and then in parallel the gas station. Train refueling. I want to make this basically a dead end. We don't need that much fuel here. I mean, it does only really need to unload into the refueling station anyway. But having a shared storage, I guess, is also not the worst. They're also built right now out of range of the electricity, which we will change. We have one train waiting in here. The other trains are not going to run through this area. So the refueling train heads into here, waits in this area. Other trains come in, refuel, leave back out this way. I need a way for them to turn around though. It's a little bit too small. Yeah, we might have to turn the the fuel station over a little bit to make that work. That's... I don't know. Build a new electric substation? Yeah, I probably have to. We have a lot of spare connections in this one anyway. I shouldn't be stingy with those. I don't have to. So this is the main line. It'll merge again after this. So wait. Yeah, that's the main line. I could store bitumen here. I could store asphalt. I could also use the room for unloading cement. Although I don't think I want that by train. I don't need that much. The storage over here is already overkill. If I had the storage over here, then I guess all I would need is a truck unloading station instead of a cement storage. Hello Shred, welcome to the stream. Fuel-wise, let's see. So we have incoming trains from here, which is going to be the least of our problems, and we need a turnaround point. This is not the... this is the main line. Let me think about that. I don't want them waiting on the main line anyway. So we do need a parallel track here, kinda, for refueling. And then the entrance to that line will be a little bit further over here. From this side they can... there's a lot of ways to pass through. I might just build it perpendicular, but the hill is getting quite tall already and I don't want to flatten it too much. I guess I could just also build them right next to each other against the train track. And then they would also be accessible from either side. Does shorten the ability to wait in this area. And the trains might be too long. We need at least 160 meters. So if I move it further to this side. Also need to make sure we can get a road across. We'll get a substation in the area. I guess the road could go in between both of them and then turn around and hook up to the other side. I can also pick the correct side for the other train to go here. I wonder if this is going to be a transfer point where other trains will pick up fuel. I'm not 100% sure yet. Then we have the ability for one train line to go around. The other two trains can hook up here. We have one rail line that cuts through this area. Need to make sure our road connection can go through this. That's gonna be very close. We will probably use this one instead. That's gonna be way easier to hook up. And then this is still open for planning everything. Cut through here. That seems to be the right decision. It makes the route for the emergency vehicles a little bit longer. But they will have to deal with that. And then we might have a fuel tank in the area, and every vehicle could pick up the fuel from here instead of the customs house, centralizing our fuel storage. We could have that on the side road somewhere. Vehicles going off here, loading the fuel from here, going back. Sure. Access for our emergency services. We'll make that look a little bit less curvy. And this rail line will have to be placed in a way where it can go through here. Right. I have a parallel-ish track next to the refueling station. So our fuel train unloading will be waiting here on the upper lane. That one will be reserved for the fuel delivery train. Other trains can run through here, load, unload here if they want to, load, unload at the gas station. If they need fuel, they will load here. If they need any other resource, they can go to the other lane. If we decide to store bitumen in the area. And then this one will need to hook up into our general line. So trains can come in from here, go into the refueling area, upper lane reserved for the train bringing fuel, which can leave either direction, so at some point it could also hook up here if we have a oil refinery. And yeah, the other trains can come in from the other lanes. We have a run-through lane here, which isn't really necessary, but it'll be there. We can just build it. Money is coming in, very nice. So the track long enough to wait. The refueling train will be relatively short, so I don't think I need to have a very long train bringing fuel here. It will be a very fast, short-ish train, so that should be fine. If there's ever a train here that wants to load or unload bitumen, then it will block it a little bit. But it is basically on its own area. And the fuel platform should be long enough to allow for longer trains to wait. So if there's a refueling train from here, it can basically wait all the way up to here, block the lane through the loading platform on that side. And on the other side we still need to plan it. Should be long enough. And we will have an external storage, I think, just to give us a warning if, in case something runs low. Not when the train diesel station runs out. That would be a little bit too late. We'll have an oil tank and a truck loading station for vehicles. Might get a second tank at some point just to have the ability to store bitumen in the area too. So this vehicle basically doesn't need to exist anymore. But bitumen consumption is like low. Bitumen setup is a very low priority. We really don't need to hook that up to the rail line, I think. It's a very low demand. I think it doesn't need to be a drive-through. I think just a simple loading platform will be plenty. I also think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think this can route fluids through it. But I'm not going to rely on that. A little bit too close. Basically you need the fuel to be pumped from this area into the tank and, well, no, this one needs to correct directly to the tank. Then from the tank it would be nice to have a pumping station to distribute it. I guess the loading platform does not need a pumping station. I don't know. I probably need a pumping station to get it into the train diesel station. Otherwise we're just going to draw directly from here, and if this runs out then we're completely out. So I would like to have one pumping station, I guess. Should be an underground one. It's a little bit more space efficient, I guess. little bit of a change of plans. I don't really want any road traffic to go further into this area, so there is going to be a dead end. Then the oil tank will be the first to be loaded from our train platform. And from here we can distribute it with an underground pumping station. And this can be moved closer. Make it a bit more compact. But I guess it allows for a longer waiting platform area, so it's fine. There might be a queue here, so a little bit of extra space. We'll get our fuel, from this area. We have one more connection here if we need it. I will disconnect this and use the other one, because this one could go across here and theoretically supply somewhere to this area. Well, then again, I might also want to supply up here, gas station area. But the vehicles are going to refuel from this point on. Anyone except like very close to the border can pick up fuel from here. And even the ones close at the border should probably pick up from here. Otherwise we're going to run into the issue that we had last time. We will need a substation, and then that should be it. I'll build it up here. Sure, you can also provide electricity to the local gas station, that makes sense. That is going to be a rail yard. Hopefully we'll get there soon. The warehouse is already waiting for resources, as well as our material storage for steel, prefab and brick. I might double up on that. I might get another storage and have two of them. I could connect two of them with a factory connection, right? And then they would basically share resources. I assume. And we could have one train running into one storage only. And we would just increase the capacity of this by having it connected so it can unload into this. It doesn't even need to be connected to the rail system. Just needs to be hooked up to a factory connection. Of course, if it burns down, then it's an equal loss. But yeah, we could increase the storage of this one building by adding more of the other ones. And we could make extensions for specific resources, so I could use the small open storages instead, and say this one only holds prefab panels, and then another one that only holds steel. So we have like... we have a specific type of resource in each. I should probably have a road cargo station though. There might be a bit of traffic in this area. And the two loading platforms, well, the road is already in the way on this side, unfortunately, and I don't want to tear it down. We'll see if we need to change things. We can take out the road, get the factory connection in first, and then hook it back up. We'll see. That one isn't too difficult to do because we have the asphalt plant right next door, and gravel. The road is so in the way as always, yep. It is. The substation itself, still we don't need electricity. I did say we have a lot of extra connections, but that is actually incorrect. We only have one extra. Thankfully we don't really plan on changing much in this area, so we should be fine. That'll work. Could also have connected to this one, I guess. Looped around this way. Yeah, let's do that. That makes more sense. Gotta go through a few wires here. But I'll accept that. There we go. Build a new splitter before you regret. If you mean a new transformer, I don't think so. I don't want to build switches. I'd rather build another transformer. We can just hook another one up with a high voltage wire and build it somewhere where we need it. So it's not going to be too difficult to expand. We have a lot of extra capacity here that we can hook up things to. I need to leave at least one area open to go to another high voltage switch, but expansion wise for power lines I'm feeling fairly safe. Let's look at the other train cars. Do we have refrigerated wagons? Yes. That's the wrong one. Cargo wagons. Looks like we don't have refrigerated. So we'll have to get one from the east. But we do have boxcars. I remember before we got the 6x splitter, all of the 3x1s everywhere. Yeah, they were... They didn't look that great. They were very space inefficient and way too many of them. doesn't show up under refrigeration. Gotta go to cargo wagons. Boxcars, we're not gonna get eastern ones, we're gonna get western ones. And we'll get the ISO therm. 24 tons, we probably need multiple of these. When you forgot to leave one open, had to cut power to build a new one. Oh yeah. Yep. Very stressful. Do we need 2 of these? Maybe. They are quite long. I'm thinking of placing down a slaughterhouse and just importing meat, cattle instead, but it's still better to import meat, I think. Space-wise, probably. We don't really have the largest of train stations. But there's no other train coming here. They either pick it up from the customs house or pick it up from a local production site. And I guess they're gonna run all the time to make sure this area is stacked up. So we'll start with 1 and add another one in case we run into issues. We'll get 1 cargo wagon for refrigeration. We'll have to get that to our train depot, thankfully. We do have a train that can do that. Molnar Customs to the train depot, our very fast 40 kilometers an hour shunting train. You go. And then we need to pick up the other train cars from here. Cargo wagon. Boxcar. That's an old one, 17 meter. They're all old ones. Why do these train cars become obsolete so quickly? You barely don't get to use them if you had like vehicles disappearing enabled. Okay, I guess this one is the more modern one. That one is the same length and more capacity. That one is okay. And they are available in different colors. Lots and lots of different colors. We'll get 4 of them. Shouldn't be too much. We'll see. The depot is gonna get overfilled. We need to make sure we can move 2 of the rail construction vehicles out fairly soon. Rail construction is a bit slow because of the distance, but yeah, just have to wait. This one has to wait for the shunting train to do its job. Well, keep going. Got all of the 4 box cars. $1.4 million rubles worth of box cars. If I were to bring it to the eastern border now. You don't need to stop. Why are you stopping? Oh, there's a train over there. No, then that makes sense. Now you should be able to... I guess I need to remove that signal here. Otherwise the train is not able to see correctly through this. Now they can both run at the same time. And we can also remove this one. Can you show the signals for the one-way train line? I don't use that. Like these ones. So this is all one block. Then we have a passing track here. I basically make sure to keep this one free. If I send more than 3 trains up there, it would be a problem. But I use a chain signal onto a one-way line all the way to the next block. So we have the lumber train here. It makes sure it can go through this and onto the next block, which would be here. So there's a passing track here. It would only enter the orange block if the next block would also be free with the chain signal. And then this whole area is just, if you're parked here and you want to go through, make sure the area you want to go to is clear. So either our waste train can be up here. There's 2 waiting places here. Wasn't sure if we needed more than one. One was enough. And then the line goes through. This block being all one, can only be occupied by 1 train, which it is right now. I don't have a signal here, I guess, and then the construction train waits on this block. Yeah, lots and lots of mixed signals. I guess we can have this be a mixed one. If the train is short enough, it can wait in here. But it should already know that. When the train entered the customs house, the other train knew that it could go past. So the signal is not strictly necessary. Yeah, the construction train is probably on its way back soon. Oh no, it's still traveling back home. Never mind. I use chain signals a lot. This whole thing started as a single train line, and then we added onto it. As demand grew, when our iron mine productivity went up and we realized we could make a lot of money, it turned from a single bridge to a triple bridge, with one line being exclusively for incoming iron ore trains. Because we have so many that they might block the whole line, so they have a dedicated waiting line basically. And then the other 2 turned into a regular double track, all the way into our original passing platform, where we had 2 tracks passing each other. Because we were doing train stuff, while 1 train was already running all the time. Our logging train. This, however, is still a single train track, and it doesn't need to be more than that. Expanded quite a bit. $84,000 now per cargo load of lumber. It's getting ridiculous. Would have been profitable last month if we didn't buy trains. So I don't feel that we have any problems. My next plan is to try 4-lane train main network in the center of the map to have more efficient traffic flow. Not necessary, but want to try. Yeah, I mean, as long as you know where the lanes are going to go, then you can say these 2 lanes are going to go straight and right, and these 2 lanes are going to go straight and left, and then make them act accordingly. Like, look at this mess of a spaghetti network. I mainly make it that way because it looks more realistic, I think, but hopefully I'm not incorrect in that. Usually I went like with a double track and then the rest is fine. But I've been building a lot more train tracks recently because it helps traffic flow when trains can park in some sidings instead of waiting on the main line and not letting other traffic through. Helps with traffic a lot. Don't have any waiting yards yet. Don't think we're gonna need them. Waiting yards are useful when you have distribution offices, I guess. Because it might send out a lot of trains at once and then you run into throughput issues. Roundabout working efficiently. So nice to see. So I guess we'll have a pub here. And maybe a culture building. There will be delivery to this area, I guess. But it's only one vehicle. And it only has to go from basically here, picking up alcohol and bringing it over. So one small vehicle shouldn't be the end of the world. And then the museum itself would not cause any problems. I guess we're just gonna put it that way. Put it back here. Have the footpath connect through this. And then get the museum in. Fix the footpath. Get the road removed. Next, do a big Babalchu area that you never use. I try to keep things to what I actually use. I'm usually building as small as possible and then adding as demand grows, which sometimes runs into issues. But I like it that way. It makes it so that your systems develop a little bit more organically. And you have to do some rebuilding, which some people like and some people don't. But I do like the idea of having to readjust based on demand. I think we already talked about that last time. There will be no snowplow going towards the alcohol, because it would... I guess no, the alcohol has its own parking lot, it'll be fine. I need to look at Bibalchu again, I haven't done that in a while. I mean, like a really long time. I did look at him last time when he had early access to the update for waste management. That was cool. We might have to redo the footpath, maybe. I guess that is fine. This one's gonna look weird though, but it is what it is. No, we're gonna change that. We can move the road further down. And then we can have a footpath crossing. Up here. Yeah, I think these buildings will be made. No complaints here yet. Some culture complain. Seems to be okay. Happiness is decent, loyalty is quite high. Loyalty is okay, not quite high. Need to have more population. We need 1,700-ish people, not workers. We have 400, 550 in this area, plus another 200 maybe. Is 750. I think we have about 900 left in this town in case of flats, plus maybe another 100 here. So 1,000. That'll probably put us off like a few hundred of getting to the next research, which might be covered by building these extra residential buildings here. Not 100% sure, but we're gonna find out. We will have to check the heat water tanks first.
probably fine, but let's make sure. He's great, I watch him for entertainment, he knows a lot, but have messy playstyle, needs to fix a lot of stuff. Fixing stuff is nice. Building everything correctly from the beginning is nice for expanding, but making a mistake and fixing things is a whole different thing, type of enjoyment. Let's see our heating issue, I guess. Oh, right. I don't know if these traffic signs are going to be useful for people. I guess they might be, at least in one direction. This is not going to be helpful for them. Let's put them at the beginning of the bridge. And then one over here. And then one before the tunnel so people know what to expect, I guess. Still have to remove these roads. It would be nice having just a road-focused run all the way to the map with a road system that way. Okay, I'm a little bit concerned regarding our money. Yeah, the iron price went down into the gutter. We're not getting much money for that anymore. This year, minus from 1990, the iron price has dropped significantly. Yeah. It's because the iron price. We probably need to compensate by exporting some lumber. Some extra lumber would help. Not sure if the iron price is gonna recover. Right now it looks like it isn't. But I mean, once the iron price is cheap, the steel price will also be cheap and we can fill the storage very much with a lot of steel. I don't know if I want to make any attachment storages to it yet. Probably not. We'll see if we have any shortages. How is the import of vehicles going? Looks like we got everything. You can get these train cars, you're gonna get the box cars first. And the isotherm puts you at 105 meters. These ones are 17. We could add 2 more. We'll see what happens. I wonder if train lines also might lose the assignment at some point. One of them is only gonna be food. One of them will be electronics and alcohol. I guess we could just have one train car for everything. So, electronics, alcohol, and then theoretically we need one for clothing, but we have that domestically. We need to haul that over into the storage. Or we need to set up a warehouse and load it from this area, but I think we can just drive it over by truck into the general storage area. And then have the truck set to wait until loaded. So instead of that, we are gonna go for chemicals, I guess. Alcohol for this one. Electronics for this one. And chemicals. And then this one can only haul meat anyway. And we'll set up our train line. Chemicals, alcohol, food and clothing. Clothing we will have to start driving over. Electronics. So food, electronics and alcohol by train, and chemicals. Clothing by truck. I hope the iron price recovers. I might just turn off the iron for the time being. If it's that bad. I mean, if we're not earning enough. Maybe I just need to import some steel. Steel right now is 760. Still climbing, but still fairly low. Let's fill up our train with resources for the time being, while we can. Load anything. Bring it back. That might be a bit costly, but we're still gonna do it. So we have our initial supply ready for when the warehouse comes up. See what to expect per train delivery. It's gonna be costly. 200,000. Alright, almost 400,000. 340 has a sell price, about 400 for buy purchase price. So each train load quite expensive. We could now move these train cars back into storage and hook up the steel and also fill those up. These are unfortunately too long. The steel one should probably... I guess the steel one being the heaviest one could be at the back. This will be very expensive, that will be 600,000 just for the steel. I guess we'll have to wait for that. Or is it? It's 600 times 100, yeah, it's 60,000, not 600,000. Or am I miscalculating? Let's try. These cars are going to be prefab panel. Bricks, we don't need boards, and steel. Pick it up. The steel import might drive up the price a little bit, which would be nice. Might also drive us into the loan phase, but we'll see. Yeah, it's fine. We'll buy some iron while it's cheap. Some steel. Haven't done a lot of construction. I kinda wanna place down a logging camp here and just have a vehicle transporting the logs to the border instead of the sawmill. But the sawmill adds a little bit of profit. I guess, yeah, we could just have a logging camp here. Have people walk into it. Simple industry around town. Electricity. Yeah, I think I'll build some logging camps and get some trucks hauling lumber to the sawmill. Increase our throughput on wood. We can have another logging camp here also. In the back area. Should be able to get here. I need to set one up. This is gonna be temporary, but we need to earn some money. Just a few extra trees, doesn't need to be that high density. I'll probably plant it all the way around. At some point we'll have to clear the area again. And we'll get another logging camp in the mountain area. For now. Money is getting a little bit tight. And people can walk to that one as well. We'll get 2 trucks hauling lumber each. And they probably go to the sawmill, I think. It's quite the way. Going to the customs house would be faster. Yeah, it's probably about the same. And we need a bunch of logging trucks also. And bringing fuel over there. Will not be done. They can refuel at the local gas stations. And hopefully that'll give us a little bit extra income to go through our iron crisis. Could have another logging camp just right here. It would have been profitable this month if we didn't import vehicles, so... I wonder if the steel import drove up the iron price again. Probably not that much that quickly. A little bit. But the logging will be useful for the time being. Hopefully this doesn't generate too much pollution. Doesn't generate any pollution. Well, that's nice. Supposedly. Would have had a profit of about 20,000 so far. Yeah, I guess if we're not using steel, then of course the iron export is going to drive down the price. But we did use steel for imports, I guess. Got our other train back. with all of its resources. The construction material train will have to be bought a little bit later. We could also export clothing from this, but we don't have that much production, so truck-based export is sufficient. Electricity is available. Got a storage tank to only hold fuel. If we ever need another resource. We have, I think, one more connection point. But if we want bitumen and maybe liquid fertilizer, we would need to split that up. I think it'll probably be one storage yard per resource, making a nice and big rail yard instead. We could basically flip this around and have another one over here on the other side, and have more storage capacity in that area. The road itself is probably going to go this way, maybe with a bridge. And then there's a nice big room here for another town, or a farming area. I guess that one would also be a farming area if we get to it. Would be easier to claim too, especially with the warehouse area now over here. Farming spot and farming settlement over there are not too far away either, so I guess both things would be available. And the farming settlement would need to have at least one food factory and distillery, I think, at the very least. And then the other one could have a fabric factory, so we split up our responsibilities a bit. %% unemployment, 50 workers unable to find work is fine. Our inner city bus route, Hellas University Old Town. 360 seconds, so we need like six buses. We have way more than that, so we're fine. At some point they should probably be all the same ones, so it's easier to distinguish our inner city bus routes. But we had some buses left over, so we made use of them. Yeah, I would have made a profit still. Up to 60,000 now. Just a little bit of steel import help. At some point we probably have to set up a school here. But for now this one is working fine. I'm not gonna fill these with migrants. Our US currency is a little bit low, and in rubles they would be too expensive anyway. Well, there's the train line. Slowly making its way through here. As soon as we get into this area we need to, I guess I need to worry about the signaling right now, because otherwise there's only going to be one train building here at all times. And we definitely can't have that. We should probably also put a ability for the train to change lanes. The construction trains at the very least. Need to have that option. Once we get to this area and we build the switch, construction trains from there on can select whichever lane they want to build. And each lane needs to be its own thing. For for the duration of the construction at least. We'll have to get those signals sorted later. Set them to the correct setting. This is gonna be one hell of a junction. This one is not to be built yet, but we can already signal it up. That should be about it for now. I guess down here I still need one. Nice number of viewers today, fun Sunday. Yeah, a lot of fun on this Sunday. I'm happy to get towards our rail yard area and hopefully hook that up very fairly soon. Now we're back down to 30k profit only, so the iron price might be taking a nosedive again. Or we're doing some construction, I guess. That is also happening. We only need one worker in here. That is fine. And thankfully we have enough rubles to fill that up with vehicles. Same thing for this, one worker. And the last one would be the logging camp over here, I guess. One worker. And some logging trucks. And yeah, these logging camps will be relocated eventually. But right now I wanted an easy way to make money. So the lines will also not be named, I guess. And we can attach more vehicles to the route if it's insufficient. Got a line here. Got a line here. So the last one is this one. Oh wow, the fuel truck is choosing the long way around because apparently it's faster than going along the gravel road. Much appreciated. Here's another one. Coal to the heating plant makes sense. It's quite the distance. Our logging trucks are going a different path though. Apparently they are going through town. Which is okay. I guess at a certain road speed they probably have enough pace. The downside of refueling externally, I guess. Hopefully it won't turn into a problem. We'll see. Well, you already refueled, so might as well set up the route. I don't know if I need 2 vehicles for you. You're fairly close. We'll find out. I might add the 3rd vehicle to one of these. The price for lumber is quite crazy. A ton for 200 US dollars? Yes, please. We'll add vehicles where appropriate, where they can't keep up with the throughput. I might have to add 2 to this line and 3 to the other ones, or even 4. We'll see. For now, we'll add this one to the line. And if there are any traffic jam warnings, we can adjust. Lots and lots of logging everywhere. What's going on here? I don't like this. "400 seconds, way too many buses. We should move some of them into storage, I guess. Unassign them from the route. You're about to be replaced. But you've done a very good service for us. Yeah, the iron price is really low. Let's hope that the logging price helps. Things are spooling up now. We'll see. Oh yeah, and I guess the trucks will bring water and sewage here. Hopefully take the waste away. Should all be in range. Did not concern myself with water or sewage. The people don't really need that. It's only one person, so the consumption will be very, very low. I wonder if they're going to replant the trees all over the place. Why only one worker? Because it doesn't need more if it has a consistent supply. The most it can have is 600-ish felled trees in the forest. And one worker is easily able to keep it up to that amount with the current lumber trucks we have, so we could have 10 workers in here and reduce unemployment a bit, I guess. But we definitely don't need that for the efficiency of the building. If you're running bus routes and you get workers more inconsistently, or if there's like workers coming here by car, then you definitely need more, so a worker can reserve its slot while another one's already working there, etc. But if it's in walking distance of a house, one worker is enough. The amount of felled trees is never going to drop. One worker is able to keep up with the throughput of 3 logging trucks. We need more vehicles, I think. I guess I will name them, just so I can find them. Should test with 2 and 3 workers if I'm using buses. If you see this one dropping down or going down to 0, you need to add more workers. This should be around 500 to 600 at all times, depending on how frequently you get workers there. If you have one bus that like gets workers there every now and then put it at 10 and just make sure it's fully staffed at that point. But yeah, if it's in walking distance of a town or village, 1 worker should be enough. $5,000 US per truckload of wood. I would say that is going to be profitable. We're going to get 2 more trucks. And assign them to Lumber Assist 1 and 2. Which are further away. If you want to min-max, you just look at it. Does it stay at 600? Do you have too many? Do you feel you can lower it? Lower it by a bit. If it's dropping down, going towards 0, increase it by 1 worker. And yeah, if you think you have an inconsistent route of bringing workers to the area, just keep it at 10. And don't worry about it. 10 workers domestically cost you like 10 rubles a day. Or like 20. Depending on how much the domestic work price is. Our average workday is up to 10 ruble per worker, so I guess it would cost us 100 rubles domestically. $30. That's basically... It's basically fine to spend that much money to not have to micromanage, I think. I think we can probably have 4 trucks per. I wonder if our sawmill is going to keep up. Right now it looks like it isn't, so more workers please. Make sure the lumber train is filled nice and quick. I like to micromanage, so that's fine, that's why I love the game. I also like to micromanage, but once the scale increases and we have like 6, 7, 8 settlements, you can't be everywhere at the same time. At some point you have to micromanage something to where it works, the way it's set up, I think. So we're going to add as many trucks so that we can consistently export and we don't have a traffic jam warning on these. I think we need to add 1 more truck to each of these logging camps. And then the one down here probably also needs another one. Well, this one is a very short route. Ah, there's the vehicles already. Oh no, that's Lumber Assist 2, never mind. That's the one inside the town. We might have to expand our lumber train. It might come here and there's already too much lumber. Going up to the hill to pick up from the logging camp is a little bit of an ordeal. This one is much better situated. Hopefully the trees are going to grow up fast enough. So 2 more logging trucks for these, I think. I don't know if they're settled in yet. 2 of them are heading to the woodcutting post. We'll give it like a few more days for them to see what it looks like, but I think we can have a consistent route of vehicles going back and forth. I do not want to overwork the sawmill. If we bring too much wood here, then we would instead send some of them directly to the customs house, I believe. Right now we're still doing fine. The train can run at a very fast pace, I guess. And as long as the sawmill has a lot of workers, we can just deliver. It gets turned into boards. We have like a lot of storage capacity in here. Let's get 3 more trucks, I guess. Lumber Assist 1. Lumber Assist 2. And 3. That should hopefully be enough. If not, we can add more. It's going to be expensive getting the vehicles, but this should turn around our profitability. How's the oil price versus the board price? Oil price is still very, very low. Board price is still staying up over 200, so yeah, we're definitely gonna get as much out of that as possible for now. It has to compensate for the low iron price. We're still gonna keep exporting iron. I could set up storage for steel and fill it up right now, just to store as much as possible while it's so cheap. Theoretically, I could also buy steel from west and sell it to the east, which would probably drive up the iron price again. Well, it's coming up a little bit. Over 10k again. 360 tons of boards. We have half of that loaded. Don't see the other logging truck heading in here, so probably can have another one. It's going to be a lot of traffic in regards to lumber. We could unload into the sawmill directly. Would be a little bit faster. But it doesn't really change that much. Plus we have the access road here, so there would be fewer traffic issues with the buses coming this way. Okay, seems like we might have hit the sweet spot, maybe a little bit above with the camps. Should be able to have like always one vehicle waiting here to load without causing traffic issues. We'll see. This one, however, could need probably another one because of the extra road travel distance along the mountain. If all 3 of the logging trucks basically are parked when we look at it, we're gonna add another truck. So this one shouldn't need any more. This one seems to be running okay. During winter it could probably happen. This one might have one too many vehicles. Also, we're gonna run out of trees in the forest, so this could cause traffic issues, the way it's set up right now. With the vehicles waiting here, parked, not being able to load. Like that. If the third one was waiting, then the other ones wouldn't drive past it. So hopefully the trees grow up relatively soon, otherwise we're gonna have problems. And we're making profit again. So maybe we'll move one of the vehicles from Kurasna Lumberyard to the one in Hellas Hills. because it doesn't really cause that many traffic issues over there. Should be fine in that area. Lumbar assist too, I think. Yeah. Also, the road here is much longer, so if they pile up and cause a traffic issue, it's not gonna spill out onto the main road in a while, for a while. Also gonna run out of trees on this one fairly soon. 8,400 citizens soon, 1,600 left to another research point. I would like to turn on the radio station as soon as possible, but we need that other research to do so. A lot less loyalty and happiness issue warnings right now, which is nice. Once we have the research for increasing loyalty by radio station, it will be compounding and should remove all issues and probably even all demand for monuments. We'll still build some. Yeah, the price already went down. It was like close to 5,000, now it's 4,000. It's still very profitable getting that much money for just wood. But I have to be careful, at least a little bit. Those vehicles will get replaced very soon, probably the next repair cycle. Could replace some of them right now. We have the open haul trucks here. 38 years. Yeah, sure, let's replace one. That replacement happens in rubles. That's fine. Not assigned anymore, might be because of a signal. Let's put it back. I did add some signaling, so probably unassigned one of the construction tasks. We have to have that one back. There we go. Okay, still a few loyalty issues here and there. Iron ore price going back up. A very short spike, 20 days. That'll increase profitability in the short term for a bit. Might have an effect long term as well. Remains to be seen. Okay, alcohol delivery setup, and the gallery of art will provide some much needed entertainment and culture in the area. So they don't have to rely on the buses for that. And yeah, the alcohol supply. Go in here, loop of the roundabout, go back. The alcohol truck might feel a little bit dizzy after running in a circle that frequently. The new bus end station looks great. It works really well. It's also placed in a nice area. We have room for some other things here. I'm not exactly sure what. We could have had the pub in this, I guess, but I do feel the pub over here also looks quite nice. I could have a bistro next to the bus stop, which would make sense, I think. It is a very small capacity food building though, so it would probably get overcrowded. I do think that the small grocer might make more sense. Getting that set up in this area over here is something I would like to do, I think. Why a small grocer next to the big one? People who only want to go and buy food and meat, but no electronics or clothing, can go into this small grocer. So they don't take up a slot for here. If they only want to buy food, they basically occupy a spot for people who also want to buy food, clothing, electronics and meat. I think these small stores are really efficient for how many people they have. It might get overwhelmed, I'm not sure. But it should increase the efficiency of the shopping center, because this one can then be used only by people who want to buy at least 3 of the goods. So if someone wants to buy food and clothing, or food and electronics, or a mixture of these, 3 of them, or 2 mixed, they can go to the shopping center directly. And the ones that only want food and meat go to this one. 2 small buildings are, I think, more efficient than the small shopping center. This one requires 25 workers for 150. This one requires 15 for 105. But people get... I mean, like, the large buildings still have their purpose. If someone wants to buy everything, it's really good for them to go to that shopping center instead, because they can buy all 3 or 4 goods at the same time. A little bit too large. I don't know if it makes sense. I've just been experimenting with that and it seems to work out quite well. But yeah, the bistro would have been too small, I think. It needs to have some capacity. Loyalties all over the place. I guess I could do some weird park area here. Or just get a straight footpath through. That would also work. There's a lot of people waiting here. Probably a monument would be appropriate. We haven't built the Soviet concrete symbol yet, or the Soviet emblem. I'm gonna build that one. I don't know if I can fit both of them here. Probably not. No. It's close, but no. It's like you have the symbol and the character right next to each other. There you go. Figure things out. We'll see if it works. It might, as I said, it might get too crowded. But then if people can't get their food here, they can still go to the large shopping center. So it's basically an extension of the shopping center. And I do like not running these at full capacity. This one I like setting like 10 below maximum at 35. So if there's an emergency, I can turn it up and then adjust. And the grocer I like to run at 10 instead of 15. But in these cases, I guess I can run this at full capacity and the shopping center reduced. Should probably be fine. I need one truck for meat and food in this area. The meat one, I guess there will have to be trucks running another route. We might set up multiple grocers. We can also have grocers up here, although I don't really have a path set up for how they would get here. Basically need to climb up here to the next level again, and we could come around and set up a shopping area in this location. Right now it might be a direct route shared with another building, but I don't know which one. I think it'll be just a route of one vehicle each. And the vehicles will have to run all time. Yeah, this will be the town center truck route, I guess. And then a refrigerated one. Can you load at a forklift garage? I guess you can. Probably not advised, but I guess you can. And then we can send it through a bus end station to do some line spacing. And maybe have a end station over here. So it comes off, goes into the end station, comes back in, moves into the warehouse area, comes back out. And I guess it has to go around the full trip again before it can leave and go to the grocer. I mean, it does add more traffic. We're set up for it. Me and my big mouse. You are assigned to Lumber Assist 3. Go to Lumber Assist 1. So yeah, the logging camp is too close to the road. There might be a few traffic issues. Just a few ones. Also, this road needs priority signs, so they go through here really quickly. Hopefully that'll untangle fairly soon. That logging camp will probably have to be relocated fairly early. It's not in a good place. Because water and sewage truck also basically wait for it. When the parking space is occupied. We'll relocate this one. How about paving the road where the traffic jam was? I don't think that would change the traffic jam though. I think we'll just relocate the logging camp back here, so it's off the beaten path. It'll have a water and sewage connection, so it doesn't need trucks for that. And we'll just build it over here. It'll make this more efficient and cause less issues. Yep, our traffic issues are causing food shortages now. Hopefully not for too long. We'll assign a new vehicle to hopefully deal with it. There's a little bit of food in here, but definitely should be more. Koresna food. Why is it Koresna food, Hellas? I think that is probably a misnomer of the line. I guess it's coming from Hellas, but I guess. That's where it's coming from, I guess. Why do you want to refuel here? I guess because we had a very long traffic jam. I don't really have a gas station set up. Should build a gas station here to get rid of that issue. That would deal with it. Because then this would be a shorter route than the train diesel station. I didn't know for a long time that vehicles could refuel at that. But they can. Should be as short of a road as possible. And then the fuel truck bringing fuel for the trains can also refuel the gas station, basically. Yeah, we had a few traffic issues with the iron mine. They have been resolved. Theoretically. Send the vehicles out, please. All of you move through. Just move through. Go, go, go. Alright, the rest can wait. We need a larger bus end station. Or we need fewer routes through this. This is only 2 routes, but I guess we still have too many buses on the mine line. We're gonna remove one. We already did, but one more can go. So how badly are we affecting the price of lumber? Specifically boards. It's still over 200, so it's still very good. Didn't drop down too much. Definitely still profitable. But if it kills our Republic via traffic jams, then it's not acceptable. After we relocate the logging camp, we will probably have to bring one truck back to that route. Yeah, we added one extra here and it seems like it might be a little bit too much now. Can't see the other one yet. Having one truck waiting isn't the worst. As long as it doesn't cause issues. We also don't have any trees in the forest right now, so this area is basically paused. That's why the traffic issues were even worse. And if we had a water truck and a sewage truck heading here now again, it wouldn't get any better. We're gonna turn this one off and wait for the other logging camp to get built and use that one instead. This one doesn't have currently any footpath access, but we can build one around the prison basically. Should be able to get that set up and have enough range to deal with the fact that we need to bring some workers here. One maintenance and a bunch of construction tasks. Maintenance was done. We can also still build some more housing up here, if the heating is enough. We're minus 6 degrees, heat water tank is 65, we're dropping down a little bit. This area is lower than over here. Some of these houses are a little bit lower. The new node distribution office challenge creates so many problems. Yes, it does. It does create problems. We can consider paving this road. Now that we have an alternate route going to the customs house, it's definitely possible to also pave this one. Paving the road in front of the tunnel would also be possible. They would have to drive around the mountainside. We will do that maybe after winter. But yeah. I think it would be possible to pave this one now. It's going to be a long path around. I wanted to wait with paving this one until we had our rail station hooked up, because then every vehicle could pick up resources from here instead of the customs house. We're slowly getting there, very slowly. Got our grocer set up. We need our food truck and our meat truck. Hella's food for the grocer next to the university. And then the meat truck. And we'll see how overloaded it gets. Someone trying to do maintenance at that platform, that's okay. I hope the line spacing sorts itself out. You are gonna get scrapped. Replaced by a Mars 305. Yeah. guess we'll remove one more bus for logging, for the iron mine? Probably not. It just takes a while for them to realize that they can move. Like now. Logging, yeah. We could skip going towards Hellas. We can remove this bus stop basically and have our logging be done just from Korasna again. Should probably have enough workers to make that work sufficiently well. Yep, we are going to get the gas station set up. Those are both trucks going to the heating. We don't have a gas station along the road over here, so we'll have to set one up in this area. Otherwise the train diesel station is going to be used more and more, and I don't really want that. Set up. We'll need electricity, and we'll need like one vehicle running around, always bringing fuel to these, I guess. Or two vehicles, because we could have one vehicle standing around each. That should also be fine. I hope we have electricity still set up. Might be out of connections here. Yep. We could connect directly to the customs house, I guess, but I don't like doing that. We could split off a power line from here. That would temporarily turn off this gas station. Which I guess we could get rid of anyway, and the refueling for our trains that wouldn't take too long. This was only set up temporarily though. Also the whole train thing is going to be obsolete at some point, but I've been saying that for a while and it hasn't happened yet. Have a good day, Osen. See you. We'll cut down the whole wire, replace it by another one above ground, higher capacity, and then split it up between the different areas. Might slow down our construction a tiny bit, but should just be a minimal effect. And we'll need 2 vehicles to provide fuel to the gas stations. And they can just stay parked there, I think. We'll get 2 of the smaller trucks here. Why are we still missing prefab? I guess we're doing a lot of construction. Or did something happen to our prefab panel truck? No, it's heading to the customs house right now. The logging area has been set up. It's complaining about no electricity, but that shouldn't matter. We'll relocate all vehicles over. And the route we'll pick up from this wood cutting post now instead. And this one will get bulldozed again. After only a short bit of activity, the dirt road will be removed later, if it doesn't get automatically removed. Yeah, too many vehicles on that one now. Can't move through. We have 5 trucks here. Oh no, they can move through, never mind. It's fine. However, you should be on this one again. Winter isn't really the ideal time to check if we have enough vehicles. Minus 10 degrees. Heating seems to be sufficient still. As we keep developing, at some point closer to the heating plants it will be better, but I figured this would be a good place to at least put some housing. And our prefab panels are being used up for these building constructions, which makes sense. We also need a train for aggregates to bring coal to the area. But that is also not going to be a problem because we have a very large unloading platform. How is our lumber supply? We loaded everything. So it seems like our train setup is still sufficient for what we are doing with it. Although it's waiting for our construction train to move through here. Just to wait for the passing track to free itself up. Why did I remove that signal? Oh, because it's not a one-way lane. This one is for iron, this is a 2-lane track. It only opens up here. There's the dirt road, got that one removed. Not sure we're going to be able to remove that snapping point, there's way too much traffic. Never mind. There was a gap. Let's go back to our grocer, see how it does. We can leave that at full. Should reduce the amount of visitors here. These ones should basically be only people who want food and meat, or one of them. And then the other ones are like other people that just want to go into the large shopping center because. I wonder if this one has a type of attraction, because it does provide a rating, so I don't know. But yeah, this will increase the volume here by quite a bit that we can handle. Lots and lots more people. Alright. Hospital has access to everyone. For the school education, they will have to use our inner city buses, so the amount of students waiting for a bus will go up a little bit. Hello, Berdinger. Welcome. A 1,000 people left for the next research. I think we need more houses, but 2 of them are still being built. Yeah, the heat water tank is still sufficient. It's -14 and it's still at 65, so heating over here is okay. This area is looking a little bit dicey, but still fine. This one is better because of the close heat exchanger. We should be able to get the next research point probably next episode. Not sure we can do that this one though. $370 uneducated workers. I will open up the workplaces inside the shopping center because I think like we're going to get a lot of unemployment otherwise. So we'll just set the shopping center to what it's going to be in the future, 35 sellers. And then we can add more housing if we want to, but probably also more culture buildings. Ready with training of the new class 53 and is a good class of fun, but I must learn many things. What's your finish in the game? All of what beg your money? I don't know what you mean finish or make money. You can buy things. You don't earn in-game currency. You have to buy things. It's a free-to-play game where you buy things with real money. So you can try everything for free in the store, but if you want something you have to pay for it. How long did I make this ramp? Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. What's my money, boy? Wood right now, I think. Boards are getting crazy expensive for some reason. So boards are basically covering for a reduced profitability of the iron ore. That is a lot. We've added more logging camps to try and squeeze more money out of the current situation. Because we need it. Before that we didn't make money, so we had to build a few logging camps to help. guess that's not correct, but that's fine. So we need 14. What length is that anyway? Doesn't show the length that way. I guess I'll just measure it the old-fashioned way. 136 meters. We can start going up from here already. That is too high up. How did that happen? Oh, that way. Let's see. Flattening things that you shouldn't flatten. Then I guess we'll add a side road here first. That'll do. Still too wonky down here. We need to remove a little bit of this, otherwise it won't flatten correctly. And the power line we can remove as soon as we have the other switch set up, which is supposed to come in here. Need to get that one set up. That'll be our new power line. From here we'll have to go to Klibriusk again, once more. But hopefully that will be like the outer edge of our town in this area now. And then the rest can just stay the way it is. So we'll remove the other power line eventually. That is not going to work. Not the way I want it to be. Let's... There we go. Shouldn't be too long to build that. Then we can remove this power line and develop the area with some more housing. And get rid of this switch. That one's going to become obsolete. Power line, the switch, and this power line basically go away, giving us a little bit more room. More than 10,000 for iron is okay. Would like for it to go up again, but you can't have everything. Okay, these power lines, we don't need that much electricity here either. And we have to go back to our other area. 1.2 is probably going to be enough. Get ourselves some electricity over here too. Then everything should be working again. We'll have electricity for our rail construction office, making sure that the trains can get refueled if they need to. And the gas station will have power as well. You are going to refuel this one right now, to prevent the vehicles from trying to get over here, since the other... Wait. Oh yeah, you're trying to refuel yourself. I get it. Looks like we ran out of fuel here. We should have 2 lines running. Yeah. Hopefully one of them brings some fuel here again. Iron mine gas station first. Bus end station, and then this one. It's slowing down in winter quite a bit. But that explains why they're trying to get to this one, because the other ones are basically empty. Fuel supply in this area is also a little bit dicey. I thought it with one of the tankers we would be enough. But we could add 2. It is already a large one. I don't know. should be fine. I guess in winter it might slow down, so it'll probably sort itself out again soon. And when we add these gas stations, it might get better anyway. Yep. To be expected. We don't get any trees right now, it looks like. They're still growing up. What about the other one up here? It looks like we have enough trucks here, so don't think adding one would help. And this one also has enough, but the trees are... Why are they not getting chopped down? Do we really need electricity? I guess we need electricity. Dang it. I thought they chopped down without electricity. And it was just for vehicle refueling, but I guess I was wrong. So we need a temporary... Ah, this is annoying. Ah well. We need a temporary substation here. And we have to feed some electricity back from this building. Why is that snapping point so large? I want to place it here. This is ridiculous. There we go. No, can't be. Okay. Get that wire in, get that substation in. That'll provide electricity so the logging camps can work. Until we decide we want to make that permanent and place them somewhere else. I did want to have a dedicated logging area without a sawmill and run a train with wood basically into our storage over here. Or we could export the wood directly. Until we get a proper logging area set up, a proper sawmill area that just churns wood into boards. How's the price? It's over 100,000 US dollars now. Price is still going up for some reason. Don't know why. Oh well. 900 people left. That one would be 300, so about 500 citizens. We need more houses. We need to set up the power line so I can place some houses down here, I think, in walking distance. I don't know if they would be in walking distance of the hospital though. Having them take a bus to the hospital is also okay, but if I don't have to, then it would also be would be better a little bit. And then we still need the road towards this area so we can have another grocer here, I think. Which could then share the route with that truck. I did not build a waste storage in the area. So let's do that right now. Since we have an asphalt road here, might as well hook up a large one. So we don't need that much traffic. It's not going to fit over here, unfortunately. But this one will work. This one also needs a waste storage. Forgot about that. Don't really need this footpath. I don't have anything planned on this side. Also don't really need this one. But it's there. For the grocer, I think a small waste storage will be enough. Can reduce unemployment a little bit, turning up the university. Train diesel station has electricity issues. Those issues are now gone. How much do you need? 0.05. Yeah, small connection is enough. Still don't have electricity here, but the substation hasn't finished construction yet. We're waiting for electronic components. The wires are all done. So as soon as the substation is up, we will have electricity in the area. And this gas station is up. Seems to be in order now. One gas station up over here too. That one will get a dedicated truck. It should pick up from here, but it's... I guess this whole area is quite a mess. Fuel for the highway. First gas station. Electricity is there. Should help. And then the other one will be set up as soon as the gas station construction completes. Still waiting on that one. Why are we running into electricity issues? That's not the reason. Wait, what? What's going on? Why is this area struggling with electricity all of a sudden? Oh. Well, a transformer on fire could do that, I guess. Now we got electricity over here, meaning that our logging trucks can finally start running. $5,000 per truckload. So it went back up. Could add another truck here, but I don't know the throughput of these yet. So far we seem to have enough. Last gas station. Yeah, we could develop some logging area over here that would be permanent with electricity, and then have a footpath for the residential buildings to walk up and into the logging area, and then the logging trucks would drive past the prison into our logging sawmill area. Might be time to start upgrading the roads too. We will start with... oh, it did remove the snapping point. We will start with this one. We'll do the mine road last. And we'll assign all construction offices here to make it go as fast as possible. Looks like it is 3 sections. Still have this one to upgrade too. Trees haven't grown up yet. Traffic jam. This one basically chopped down a few trees, but well, I guess it's chopping them down as they grow up, it looks like. Might be okay. This road construction shouldn't take very long. The asphalt trucks will be what we will have to wait for, but road construction equipment is already present in the area, so that won't take much time at all. I need a drink, my throat is super dry. Just a second. I'll also have to take a break in like half an hour, but I will be back later. Okay, this is a problem. 2 of the same line on the bus end station is not going to work. That's just from the way we set things up, unfortunately. I might be able to get another road in here, so the buses could be on a different road than all of the other traffic. Also, if a vehicle needs repairs, they probably get that in this end station too. Alright, now we should be back to normal. Hopefully the buses will get themselves sorted. Waste storage coming up. Just in time, it looks like. Hopefully. Yeah. We're not using much of the food yet. But as we add more and more stops to the line, these trucks will be a little bit more efficient. I should probably replace them by 2 smaller trucks, so I have a consistent route rather than one large truck, which will cause problems as soon as it needs repairs. The next upgrade would be towards the customs house, which will be the dangerous one, I believe. But it should be doable, since we have a route along the main road. I have to drive around quite a bit though. Maybe I should give them a dirt road instead. Gotta wait for that one to get rolled, and then we can hook it up to that. They can use the gas station, and they would be able to travel all the way to this road, and then this custom house section they can just use this side road instead, which will stay gravel. So yeah, after this we should be able to get everything set up. Starting with probably this customs house connection. Start upgrading these. This footpath can go away. Actually, no, we need that footpath. That's the only... no, we can get through here now this way. That's fine. I did at some point hook those all up. Traffic sign here. Yep, that should be the last of it. Queue all of those road upgrades. Vehicle to be scrapped. Is it really blocked? Maybe I should use the road cargo station then. Wouldn't be the worst. I thought I could maybe not use it, but if they could get stuck here, then might as well. Mechanical and electronic components, wait until loaded, and the steel. It should leave enough room. The waste truck will stay in here, and the aggregate truck for metal scrap will also stay in here, because we can't really transmit that through the factory connection. At least not efficiently. Looks like we're working over here again. I will plant a few extra trees, I think. At some point we'll have to clear this area up again, but for now we have enough lumber, so they can all keep running. Quick glances at our technical office if anything is like out of waste storage range, and it looks like our repair station is. This building shows incorrectly, or it could show incorrectly. In that case it actually is correct, so I will add a smaller waste storage in between these two fields. Even if it has a waste storage connected, it will probably still show as green, unless they fixed it. For example, the sports facility here shows as green, but it does have access to multiple waste storages. We have to set one up for the repair station. I don't think the fountain needs a waste storage. The water purification plant has an internal storage, which is enough. This residential building supposedly doesn't have a waste storage since forever, which I guess I forgot about. Yeah, I guess it's out of range. Oh well. What else are we forgetting? Over on the hill. The logging camp, yes, but more importantly the gallery of the art also needs a waste storage here. Anything else? Logging camp is fine. This one should be covered by this storage, so it's showing incorrectly. Ah yeah, the repair station, right. The one with the road connection over here. And currently no real footpath connection. That should be in range. Yep, easily. And then I think we have everything covered. construction going pretty quick. Already got the tunnel hooked up again, so it might be time to upgrade this one. I won't upgrade this gravel road in the mine area. That one can stay the way it is. This one we will have to be careful, because it basically provides the access to the customs house. I guess we can do both of these. This is not gravel. This is not gravel. And upgrade that to gravel. That's a permanent electric substation. The gas station is probably going to stay this way. The next gas station over here is also finished construction, so we can hook up the next truck. We are picking up from the rail yard, yeah. So we have to get the fuel from over here. I'm not gonna get it from the customs house, because this way my fuel deliveries are centralized. Otherwise I will have to change those lines again. Also there's a bug right now with the customs house, so don't want to run into that one too much. We still have a lot of lines that need to be changed. This could be the room for a roundabout. It might make sense to have a roundabout here. A small one. Anyway, the road upgrade is almost done, so didn't take that long. And this one still needs to be assigned. We still have a ways to go, have to be careful with the bus route. But I believe we can get it set up correctly. We'll leave this road access for now, in case there's a fire. Wouldn't really want to have that one burn down right now. How's the rail construction coming along? We've entered the first area over here, where we have to reassign the rail construction office to multiple construction tasks, because it's starting to split up basically. And those routes, it will only assign itself one route. That should give it plenty of construction tasks. Could get another rail construction vehicle, I guess. I hope we finish this rail line soon with the junction, and then we can basically have the construction trains queue up here to get their construction done in parallel. Building a rail construction office in this area and supplying it by trucks would have also helped, I guess. But we would have had to move the slow rail construction vehicles over, and that would have been annoying. I mean, we could build a rail construction office at this rail line that we've already built, and then start construction from here with materials from this area. Maybe we can have a rail construction office connect to the storage, so it's construction materials and rail construction office at the same time. But we have to get there first, so we have to wait anyway. Or I have to build it and move some of the smaller construction vehicles inside. Speaking of rail construction, Well, we're almost at the scrapyard too. Slowly finishing up that rail line. We need to do 2 more construction tasks and then we've arrived. I think the construction vehicle can do about 55 work days per run. Also need to increase the amount of workers here. Let's put it up to 5. We'll be sending some trains over soon. And then it will have to do a lot of work. Lots of old logging trucks showing up here now. Okay, we got the high voltage switch built. That means that this one should be obsolete. If we start the demolition and see if there's any warning messages show up, we need to change something. Okay. We aren't ready yet, because the high voltage line hasn't been built yet. I never started that construction. So currently, for a short brief moment, Klibriosk was out of electricity. Thankfully, we could cancel the demolition, otherwise it could have been disastrous. Yeah, I'll plan for a grocer, maybe a larger waste storage, and then some more residential buildings in the area. Basically, an increased settlement area. I can't increase it too much though. I do not want to get to the limit of the heat exchanger. I think 250 is enough for now. Once we get another heating plant and maybe another heat exchanger set up, then I'll do it. For the time being, we will have to figure out to put our development over on this side, I think. We can't really set anything up over here right now and risk another disaster during winter. This one's already at 50% capacity, and we had the time where it was struggling at some point. This one's, as I said, very close to capacity too, and there's nothing else in the vicinity that would help it. Maybe we can drop in 2 housing blocks here. They can't get up to this bus stop, unfortunately. They can get to the school. And they can't get to this bus stop down here either. Maybe if we build it sideways and hook it up to a footpath, it would work. That is going to be too narrow. No more footpaths necessary towards that area, so a lengthy curve will be sufficient. Can't reach the bus stop yet. Or the bus stop down here. Can't get to that one either. The other option would be another footpath tunnel, so we can get down into this area. We have a footpath tunnel connection over here that we might be able to hook up into, but this one doesn't currently lead over to the bus stop, so we don't really have a tunnel set up for this. So hooking up here doesn't really make too much sense. We basically need a tunnel exit, I think. Pedestrian underpass. I'm not sure if this is gonna be enough, but we'll see. And from here, have a tunnel come up to this area, which would also help people with going to the hospital, so it wouldn't be a terrible thing. And with that, we still need to lay down the pedestrian tunnel itself. Need to lay that in multiple phases. Climb up, and now check the footpath distance. And voila, we can reach the bus stop, shopping center, we can reach some service buildings up here, and if you can't reach anything, you can take a bus. Fortunately, maybe we can have a tunnel up here now too, with the tunnel network. We do have a tunnel connection on this side. Probably have to lay that a little bit better. Also, the heating pipe's gonna get in the way. What does that do to your footpath distance? Not much. Nothing really. Walking along the stairs is fast enough already, so the tunnel idea in this direction probably doesn't make sense. At least for now. Could always change. And all of that for getting one or maybe two residential buildings onto this side. We'll do that. Anyway, as I said, I will have to take a break, I think. Need to get some food. I'll be back later today in a couple of hours, I think. First of all, let's see what the issue with food is. I can't end it on a food shortage. Krasnaput towards Hellas. From Hellas. That one is from the road cargo station. The food consumption might have increased to the point where we just need another truck. We already have two of them. Oh, it's probably because we are doing the road upgrade, so going to the customs house is a little bit slower. We still have 7 tons. And 7 tons in here. The road upgrade is done for what we have set up. We only have 2 short sections left, and then we'd be ready. I think that will be it. Still have to upgrade this road, but we'll get there next time. But yeah, as I said, thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a good Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. As always, take care. I will raid you over to Project 7, currently streaming, probably for a very long time. And yeah, have a good day, take care, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.